I'm excited today because I see Jeffrey Lacasse is testifying on the stand right now. If you guys are not familiar with this case, and I feel like I wish I could put myself in your guys' shoes so you can experience everything all over again. But Jeffrey Lacasse dated Wendi Adelson after she was with Dan Markel. And they broke up about right before Dan Markel was murdered. However, when Jeff Lacasse was brought in for the police interview, when he was explaining law enforcement about the things that he heard about Wendi Adelson and the things that she said to him, it was as if he kept having revelations after revelations after revelations, because a lot of people think Jeffrey Lacasse was the one who originally and first solved the murder mystery of who murdered Dan Markel. Now, so far in the trial, they have mentioned Jeff Lacasse, and here are the times that they mentioned Jeff Lacasse yesterday as a little refresher for you guys.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
And the joke is about the TV thing where Charlie said that he looked into hiring a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy a TV for Wendi as a divorce present.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but not in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in on May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
Of course they wouldn't be into him.
2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And
So now they're talking about the picture of her and Katie McBanois. Again, she said that she's not close to Katie McBanois and she only knows Katie through Charlie. However, at this beach photo, Charlie's not in it. Charlie wasn't even there. Are you sure you're not friends with Katie? The one that linked up your family to the hitman?
was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine McBanois?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Was that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting?
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce Takes Exhibit 35.
And then I think we have another mention of Jeffrey Lacasse. I think, or was that about it? Jeff. Let's see. Referring to Jeff. To dinner with Jeff. Brother Jeff. Oh, I think this is the brother's testimony. So not only was Jeff Lacasse getting some weird vibes from the Adelson family, but Rob Adelson was also getting weird vibes about his own family as well. He testified yesterday, and he said that Wendi sent him a picture of her and Jeff and the boys or something like that. And he thought it was just odd because usually Wendi is not very open about her dating life, especially to him. And apparently Wendi had not told the parents about Jeff Lacasse at that time. And he thought that was even more weird because he's like, well, you're a lot closer to the parents than you are to me. Why are you randomly just telling me about this relationship with this guy, Jeff? He thought it was weird. And he went to the FBI and showed them a picture that Wendi sent.
On a 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. You know, Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual? Okay. Adelson, can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. I mentioned that she wanted. I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded I didn't know, and he said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. He said they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Members of the jury, as to the last question and response.
And here's the photo that he's going to describe of Jeff with her sons and Wendi, I think.
That last weekend.
okay, so it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay.
So about 2 weeks before Dan Markel is about to be murdered.
And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they were in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's, birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday?
So that's what we've heard so far in the trial, or what the jury has heard so far about Jeff Lacasse. Now, a lot of people were thinking, and Jeff included as well, was Wendi trying to frame Jeff for the murder of Dan Markel? That way, the focus would be away from her family, and the focus would be on the ex-boyfriend that she had just broken up with right before he was murdered. So maybe Jeff did it because, he was angry with Dan Markel and that the divorce wasn't going well and that he was giving Wendi a headache, and maybe he wanted to swoop in and come in as like Wendi's savior while she was mourning over her ex-husband. I don't know. Jeff came back multiple times for a police interview, and he started sharing that sentiment. Like, it's kind of weird that it seems like the vehicle that the hitman drove is maybe a little bit similar to my vehicle, and that it seems like, she broke up with me right before he was murdered. I don't know. Am I being framed for this? What's going on? And I don't know if law enforcement really took him seriously initially when he was dropping all the details about the stuff that Wendi was telling him, that essentially kind of foresaw that Dan Markel was about to be murdered or something was going to happen to him. But yeah, anyways, we're going to jump over to day 3 of the trial. Now, I posted a video last night with Wendi Adelson's testimony and the emails. I think the state did a really good job at setting up Wendi Adelson as someone that was very inconsistent with telling the truth. They had a guy from the state's prosecutor's office that went through the emails to show the jury beforehand, before Wendi testified, what was going on between her and Donna. That Donna seemed like she was controlling, that Donna was the one who was trying to, take over the divorce filings, that they were editing things together. Because by the time that Wendi testified and she tried to say that, like, oh, no, Donna wasn't controlling, or like, no, Donna wouldn't send edits, or no, Donna was just making suggestions to my attorney, and no, Donna wasn't like, X, Y, and Z. I felt like the jury, by the time they got to Wendi, they were like, well, we saw these emails before you testified, so kind of weird. And then not only that, they sandwiched Wendi between the emails and Robert Adelson, because Robert Adelson had a lot of things to say about Donna and Wendi that was not consistent with what Wendi was saying. Whew. And then other stuff that was going on as well. But I put out a video on Wendi Adelson's and the emails from yesterday. I was still editing Robert Adelson's testimony last night, so that part will be out shortly if you guys haven't watched the entire trial, or if you're kind of like watching it passively in the background and you're just like, okay, well, I kind of missed some stuff. I got you. So we're going to have the video probably come out today. Now, we're going to jump over to the live trial right now with Jeff Lacasse. He is testifying on the stand, and I am excited because we've seen his police interviews, and we like Jeff. Jeff's a cool guy. All right, y'all. So they had a long recess in the middle. I think we could probably catch up pretty decently before the lunch break, hopefully. Now I'm going to boost up the audio because I feel like the audio has been kind of like all over the place in the courtroom. And Senja, hello, Board, good morning. How are you doing today? Vice Poppy, Mufasa, Shady Lady. I hope you guys are doing well. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? How's it going? Hi, Joe. How's it going? And yeah, you leave Dr. Rob Adelson alone, okay? He's gone through so much trauma with his crazy ass family. All right, so Jeff is coming in. Georgia, Sarah Dugan's here for the state. There's Jeff Lacoste. Was that a Gatorade? What is that we got there? Where's
Raise
Donna
your
at?
hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, sir.
Oh, Jeff. Hey, don't eat your feet, Shiro.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would market it around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs.
Oh yeah, I was saying that I was fixing the screen. Hello, sorry. My dog is barking in the background, so I have to mute it on, off, on, off, on, off. I don't know what he wants. We've already taken him out.
Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markell?
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendi was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendi was telling me. And Wendi and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markell, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markell.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendi. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South
Oh, but remember those emails that she was sending to Renee saying that like, oh, you know, actually, I don't want to locate to South Florida. The opportunities in Tallahassee are great. I love my flexible job. I love being able to spend max amount of time with my kids. See, that's why I think those emails to Renee, I don't think she was telling the truth. I think she was just trying to have it documented somewhere out there that she never wanted to move and her family's the one that's doing this, do this. Oh my goodness.
Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after. It was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids, or to have her be supervised in presence of the kids, because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children.
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded, but definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed.
We don't mind the pups. They say hi. It's because Shiro is sitting to the right of me and he's barking at the door. But because there's a wall there, it echoes back into my ear and it's very, very loud. And he's got a very powerful bark for a little corgi.
Dates would get canceled when he would be in a mood, when he would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Speculation and opinion.
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Lucas.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Opinion.
Saved as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind.
Hey, Jackie, pink looks good on you. I like pink on Jackie.
Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So I sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together.
Circus.
Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids, so I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him, so that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or was something?
Donna looks like my mother-in-law. It's kind of crazy. Is your mother-in-law cool? I think you told me she was okay, right? She drove you crazy a little bit, but I think she's fine. My mother-in-law, she's crazy. She's definitely Donna vibes. So I know exactly how it feels to deal with a mother-in-law that's crazy, domineering, and thinks she can rule the fucking family and the world.
Work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him, so that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey
alone?
was there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of mom's here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple.
She's not bad, but she also kind of sucks. Oh man, I have no energy for that type of stuff. No energy.
What was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was almost everything revolved around, so spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went to stay with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right, and did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right, so the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendi up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom, so it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendi, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanowa? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendi Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right, and that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie?
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
Remember y'all yesterday we were talking about how it feels like Charlie just wanted to impress the family, that he had ties to gangs. He just wanted to be seen as a badass, someone that would rescue the family from their family woes of the big old bad Dan Markel. Well, the first time that Jeff meets Charlie starts talking about his like affiliations with like gang people or some shit like that. I don't know if he's gonna get into it in this testimony, but Charlie was like making it seem like he was like so cool, like he was such a gangster guy. Like, dude.
And how was Catherine Magbanowa related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendi Adelson and Catherine Magbanowa?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanowa's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like non-parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanowa go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendi, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in a hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendi, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Your Honor, hearsay?
Something about the wrong side of the tracks? Oh gosh. Good morning, Harvey. Harvey's here. I like Jeff's blue glasses. They look good on him. Man, Harvey's the only one the fence. Donna, don't you have like a giant family? You don't like Georgia's what? 80s LeMay? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. All right. Oh, is this one that's like a super long sidebar? Okay. No, not just kidding. It's not. All right, I think it was overruled.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kettleman.
Oh, I like her outfit. It's cute.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks. That he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar and had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing
Charlie's such a badass. Wow. With this rich dentist knowing people from both sides of the track, rich people and criminals.
Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not been disclosed as an expert.
And you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Donovan.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So, Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zellman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of Wendi Adelson.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
I mean, he was just saying that what he said at the time, and then the judge to say that, like, okay, well, guys, jury, he's not an expert, so don't take what he says seriously. All right, so he says around 5 years old when children's memory develop. Around 5. What's your guys' first memory? I feel like my first memory was when I was 1 year old. I remember my parents getting married. I remember there was like weird people coming up to me. But then I also think, I wonder if I thought I remembered it because maybe I was older and then I watched videos of them getting married, but I could have sworn like it's my own memory, or maybe it was a dream or something. But I swear to God, I remember my parents getting married. I was like super young. You remember being 4? I remember being 3 for sure, because I remember going to preschool. And it's so weird to remember memories that young because you're just like, wow, what was I thinking about when I was like a kid? I don't know. It's kind of cool. So this whole memory thing is kind of interesting because it was brought up yesterday that Donna Adelson didn't really care if the kids were dressed up in, I guess, like Nazi uniforms, because she's like, well, they're not going to remember, you know, and if they, you know, if they do, they're just going to think it's just playing dress up or something like that.
Then we'll take you to the jury.
Also, Charlie Adelson, when he testified for his trial, he was just like, yeah, 5-year-olds, I mean, they don't remember anything. Even my son, you know, my son doesn't repeat things that people say to him because that was going to go against Donna saying bad things to Dan Markel's children and the children repeating it back to Dan Markel. And Charlie didn't believe that. At least that's what he was saying on the stand when he was testifying. He was like, my son is 5 years old. I mean, he doesn't remember things. I don't know. He's just like saying stuff. I don't know. But I remember a boy biting my arm in kindergarten. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I remember when I was in preschool, we took a trip to like the wooded area right next to the park. And I remember something happened to me and there was blood everywhere. And it was so traumatizing. I don't know what happened. The teacher came and they like put the band-aids on me and everything. I was like, oh my God, like what is this? Ah! She was asking if the kids will remember their father or if they remember grandma being an asshole. Oh, was that what it was? All right, y'all. So I think they take a really long recess.
I
want to see if they say anything in court. Yeah, they take a really long recess. And coming back in.
They might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready.
All right, jury's coming in.
Zelvin, do you wish to have the curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well. Jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendi Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about,
Sorry, I got distracted by Nicole. What did he say?
Objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendi Adelson about her children's memories.
Oh, boo. Okay, children's memory around 5 years old. Because I think where they were getting at was Jeff was the one that told Wendi, well, children's memory develop around when they're 5 years old. And Wendy's children were 3, and the other one was about to turn 5 in a couple of days before, after Dan Markel was murdered. So is that why Wendi was okay with having Dan Markel murdered? Because she thought the kids wouldn't remember him anyways? Wouldn't remember the trauma, the tragedy of having a dad and then all of a sudden not having a dad anymore? I think that's where they were going with. But, you know, clear it out of our minds, guys. The jury have to they had to unhear that.
You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Hey, Laura.
Judge.
Hi, Richie.
around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendi Adelson, actually strike that, I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir, June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendi Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I planned to see Wendi and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Calvin.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that?
So I think that goes to, sorry, what was the date that Dan Markel was murdered again? I thought it was it the 14th? I'll get back to this. Give me 1 second.
Coffee shop meeting.
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well, and I should rush over there, essentially.
Oh, sorry. He was shot on the 18th. Okay, he was shot on the 18th. Ooh, dates getting to me. So he was shot on the 18th. Oh my goodness, Wendi. So they have a trip planned from the 11th to 17th, and she would have picked up the boys on the 18th at 5 p.m. However, she cancels this trip, and he thought it was really weird because it didn't make sense because she would have been back on time to pick up the boys because she would have been back the day before. However, it seems like she was concerned that she wouldn't be making it back on time to pick up the boys. I wonder if it's because the boys would have been missing their father because he had been murdered. And Wendi had this foresight that Dan Markel was going to get murdered. So she knew that she had to get back a lot earlier to be there for the kids. Oh boy. Jeff Lacoste drops a lot of stuff like this about Wendi that really ties Wendi into this whole thing. But right now we're focusing on Donna. Give us more stuff with Donna. It's going to be a lot of Wendi stuff right now.
She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
She had the Raven vision. That's so Raven.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left. Because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no
What a nice guy. Poor Jeff.
discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV, as if she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified.
Can they object to that? That's his opinion.
As to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an
Oh, man. He's saying that Wendy did this. How tall is Wendy again?
impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. The image, the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so
Maybe the kids had a Nintendo Switch, or a Wii back then, because sometimes like that should be happening, right? You'd be playing, spinning around your controller, and then boop, if you don't put the wrist tie on. But no, they're 3 and 5 years old. How much strength do they really have? Anyone here with kids wanting to try it out?
let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendi Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. Day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean,
All right. Why is Wendy such a hot mess? Jeff, why are you dating Wendy?
that night, Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, bleary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendi Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendi Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, she says I haven't told mom and dad about me. I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't
In
think
fact,
so.
you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations.
Oh, is this the text message with the photo that she sent to her brother? The one that testified yesterday? We played it earlier in the beginning of the stream. So he was saying that he's met Donna many times. They had dinner. Donna came in, visited, and had lengthy stays with Wendi. He's met Charlie before, so there's no way he's a secret boyfriend.
With them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please?
I feel like if Wendi ever has a trial, we're getting a glimpse of it. Of all the testimony that's to come.
Case 141 is adjourned.
Your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendi Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendi about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very
Oh,
awkward drive.
God.
And that was
That's the morning of it's 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
How long is the drive from Gainesville to Tallahassee? That's so awkward.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, while we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence.
Aqua Ridge is the street that Wendi was living in after she moved out from Dan Markel's, her and Dan Markel's marital home. Oh, man. This testimony is so revealing. It is, Shady Lady. If you haven't already, though, we did do some videos where we reacted to his police interview, and they're interesting because you start seeing how he is getting these revelations in real time, and then also after he's had time to reflect about it for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and then reaching out to law enforcement again, like, hey, like, yeah, like this was really weird. I don't know. I felt like, Wendi was doing this, Wendi was doing that. She was like mentioning this, but I don't know. Like, we're together, and like, Dan Markel's like kind of crazy, right? She's telling me that he's like giving her a nightmare, like, oh, sorry, like it was just horrible dealing with him during the divorce proceedings. And then he comes back like interview number 2, and it's like you could see like as he keeps coming back for interviews, he's like realizing that, Wendi was playing with my head almost the entire time, and I feel like she was trying to frame me for this murder. I don't know, man. There's some weird shit happening here. Donna's wearing yellow again. She's got a different button up today, though. Got them pajama stripes.
Didn't see her for a while. Saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it's just the two.
Yeah, her hair is looking a little rough. But, I honestly can't give people too much shit about their hair looking rough, especially if you're living in Florida. It is hot, humid, and nasty over there, all right? When I go to Florida for visits, I just give up. There's like just no point. Same thing when I go to Thailand. No point in doing your hair. Who cares about the makeup? Everything just melts anyways.
Two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right. And did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
it came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship, and I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the
Motive, intent.
only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you?
I know. Remember, the jury that's here, they're all Tallahassee locals, okay? Or locals, but yeah, they're all living there. And so far, we've heard that Charlie said Tallahassee is a shithole, how much Wendi hates Tallahassee, how much Donna hates Tallahassee.
Tell you something confidentially. And I said, sure. And she said, last summer,
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
she
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Denny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendi had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. It was, she was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Right.
So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, Shady Lady, you have to come back. Oh my God, this testimony is just so good so far. I will see you though. I will see you. Okay, so we're at the next day right now. So what is this, July 14th? Oh boy. Listen, you know, I think Wendi was trying to set it up so she could throw anyone under the bus just in case that it never comes back to her. I think she was prepping to throw Jeff under the bus. I think she was prepping to throw Charlie in the bus. I think she was prepping to throw her mom under the bus.
14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of deep.
Poor Jeff, man. Poor Jeff. I feel so bad for Jeff. Great way to break up, take him to yoga. Honestly, better than fucking Pilates, okay? Because Pilates is hell. Pilates is the worst. At least yoga is kind of peaceful. You do some stretches and stuff like that. But man, Pilates that's the devil's work. I hate Pilates.
Detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route.
Sorry, I need to put it back.
Detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. Parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why, at that moment, she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want.
And this is why in the police interview, when he came back, he thought that she was trying to set him up, that he would be happening to be leaving on that same Friday that Dan Markel would have been murdered. Oh boy. Don't tell a date your family will kill your ex-partner unless you're trying to set up your family, which I think Wendi was trying to do. Wendi was trying to set up the family, trying to make it seem like, okay, well, Jeff might have a reason. And then when she was talking to Jeff, she was trying to make it seem like, okay, well, the family had a reason. I mean, not try to make it seem, because it seemed like they had a reason, but it was like she was going on both sides and making sure that if law enforcement ever contacted her family or Jeff Lacasse or maybe even her friends, they would all point their fingers at other people and not Wendi. Whew. I hope Dan's family has the kids. It's a really sad story. They don't. They don't have the kids. They live in Canada. And after Dan Markel was murdered, the Adelson family blocked Dan Markel's parents from seeing the kids. It was so bad that they worked with Florida legislation to change the law. I think it was called like grandparents visitation law or something like that. That way they can have access to the grandchildren. But so I know there's been some visitation. I don't really know to the extent of it, but they don't have the kids. Wendi has the kids.
Want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay.
I could, but I was confused why, at that moment, she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendi that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendi knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendi?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64 GG.
Now, I don't know if I don't think the jury is tying it between, I don't think the jury is tying what he's saying to his theory that he thinks Wendi was trying to frame him. They're probably just wondering, oh, this is kind of weird. What's going on here? That he would have left on the trip that same Friday that Dan Markel was murdered. If I was a jury, I don't know if I would connect the two yet. I think it would just be like
the
confusing
email
and
she sent you
intrigue.
after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered her, based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb, I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm sure law enforcement looked into Jeff Lacoste and was like, oh, you had an ex-boyfriend that you broke up with recently? Okay. Might be a suspect. We're calling him in.
I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I'm going to catch up with that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. We have an evidence 86A.
Let me carry. There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
Like, Corky, if you were dating someone that told you that, what would you even do? I would fucking tell the police on you. Holy shit. You are not telling me any shit like that and expect me to keep that fucking secret. Hell fucking no. Okay. I'd be like, oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. Well, you know what? I should gotta go. Had some cheese earlier. I'm lactose intolerant. My stomach's not feeling well. Dude, it's gonna be real bad up in here. So I need to leave. Dude, drive straight to the police station. I'll be like, hell no. You telling me you're about to kill someone?
And the kid's art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating?
Here's the thing. I'm that friend. If you murdered someone accidentally and then you come to me asking me to help bury the body, I'm not that type of friend that's going to help you bury the body. I'm going to help you out differently. I'm going to be like, okay, well, let me call the police.
Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, you know, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And
Oh, like she was getting prepared to move? Sorry.
Okay. There you are.
all right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kid's art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, you know, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
So that would have been 5 days before the murder. Jeez, Wendy was getting ready to leave and she's getting ready to move.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. Understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Yes, because I want to know more about this. This is the celebration dinner where Wendy threw up at the table after Dan Markel's murder. But you saw how Wendy framed it, right, when she testified. She does this multiple times on testimony, but she's like, oh, yeah, you know, after the murders, I finally was brave enough to go outside because, you know, I was feeling so unsafe. And then, you know how she's like trying to spin it. Like, oh, I was finally like, you know, able to get up the guts to leave the house. You know, I was so much in fear of my life that a hitman might come after me next. She didn't say all that, but that's what she was, you know, essentially kind of like alluding to. But let's hear about this celebration dinner.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had.
Sorry, she didn't specify. Charlie had gone. So weird. So she was still. Why was she still talking to Jeff after this? Did she feel bad or something to make it less suspicious? Like, Wendy, stop opening your mouth so much.
3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So you changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Kmart to the rescue. Wait, Kmart is not a thing anymore, is it? I don't think it is anymore. And the photographer all up in
Did
there.
you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yeah, maybe Wendy vomited because Charlie was hitting on her or something like that. I don't know, man. Charlie gives me some weird fucking vibes. The way that he talks about Wendy and how hot she is, and it's so weird.
Yes, when arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned.
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, unsuccessfully, obviously.
What? Wait, I didn't know about that.
Arrests were made and the documents were released. I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, unsuccessfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as state's demonstrative.
I know what a gray Altima looks like. Nissan Sentra. What does a Nissan Sentra look like? Oh, she can show us the pictures?
You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of the, it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Yeah, they were trying to say, I think people got it mixed up because people were saying that the Prius looked like the Nissan Sentra. And I remember when I looked at it, I was like, I don't think a Prius looks like the Nissan Sentra, but Altima, I'm going to have to look that up.
Permission published.
Dude, as a juror, I'm like wide awake right now. I'm like, oh my God, fuck coffee. I just need Jeff Lacoste's, I just need his testimony.
You may.
Ultima's a little bit bigger than the Sentra. Ultima's like curvy car. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Let me take a screen grab of this. I didn't know about this. I didn't know about how the first trip that the hitman took would have aligned with Jeff Lacoste being out of town. Oh boy. You know, if it wasn't clear for the jury earlier, it definitely is right now.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Oh man. Okay, I need to use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. All right, cross-examination time. All right, defense. That was quite devastating. Let's see if they can turn it around. I feel like they haven't really turned it around so far whenever there's been testimony that's been pretty bad for their team. But maybe they will with Jeff. Although I think Jackie did pretty good with Wendi Adelson. Mr. Zellman, come on up.
That it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay. Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression. Information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy?
Putting Charlie's...
Aside from Charlie in the hot tub?
Aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
Isn't it true that you found Wendy... let me find the exact quote.
Is he going to try to paint him as the bitter ex-boyfriend?
Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting...
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you were asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive you were not considered. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello?
You
Mr.
yourself
Zellman?
do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014.
What?
Can you tell us again how you describe that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen. It radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. Was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
Wendy really wanted to make sure that you knew that her TV was broken. Oh gosh. I wonder just how broken the TV was. Did Geek Squad not take any photos before they got there?
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
This size?
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
Okay. You testified about a statement that Wendi Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014, that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I love it because now we have both sides essentially just going after Wendy. We have the state going after Wendy while also going after Donna. And then we have the defense trying to make Donna not look bad by going after Wendy. So we're just getting like Wendy from both sides. Good morning. Hi.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Hey, Shaniko, how are you? Oh my goodness.
Please call your next witness.
What? What? No. Really? I guess what? Jeez. I guess that's it.
Examination. You may step down, Mr. Lacoste.
Wow, that was so bad for Wendy, and because of that, bad for Donna.
Please call your next witness.
Jeez. Okay. Bye, Jeff. Enjoy the rest of your life. We might have to see you again, depending if they go after Winnie or not, but we'll see. Witness number 12. June Chinda. I think she's Thai. This is Charlie's ex-girlfriend. We're getting all the exes in today. You must be in the minority still thinking Wendy's innocent. There's a few people that still think that. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you believe, fucking stick to it, okay?
To small bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness. Need to use the restroom during this period.
All right, so they're gonna get June to come in. They got a little mini breaky going on. Let's see what's going on here. June. Oh, of course she's got the Van Cleef necklace. Thai people love that shit. All these people must be. All these people must be tired of testifying. I think Jeffrey has testified in all the trials. Yeah. Well, at least you know, if he ever gets called to testify anything else in the future, he's a well-seasoned testifier now. Now you're used to it. The one with the Terminator judge? Terminator judge? Which one's the Terminator judge?
You swear?
This is the one with the Terminator judge? Why is he the Terminator judge?
For the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June Chinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after.
Hold on a second. I'm writing her information down. June Chinda, Charlie's ex-girlfriend. Last time she testified at Charlie's trial, when she walked by, her and Charlie were like, hey.
After the murder. I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating Charlie?
It was October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything, so it was just a normal relationship we had. Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type
Do you think Donna liked her? I don't think so.
of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
what you
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendi Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met, so.
So basically living together.
Yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
okay.
was, yes.
You had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview,
Always assume that you're being recorded.
did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right, and then there was a time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious.
I've never heard it called the fairy tale phase. Yeah, I usually hear honeymoon phase as well. I know that's associated with the DV cycle of abuse and control nowadays. So maybe it's been tainted. No, I usually hear a honeymoon phase. It's like where you're like kind of like head over heels for each other and you're so like infatuated with each other. You want to be with each other like 24/7. But I can see how it could be called a fairy tale phase as well. She doesn't seem to be Donna's type. No, Donna's very particular about her children's love interests.
Worried.
Yeah, she wasn't happy that Rob Adelson was in love with his current wife right now, who is not Jewish, not Muslim. I think she's Hindu. She wasn't very happy about that. I like fairy tale phase for people who aren't married.
Depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you
Or I'm
learned...
sorry, Luis.
Garcia? No! Court TV! Oh no. Oh, no audio.
...in the media about this. When you did learn some things from the media about this case, was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Luis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles.
Oh, you're new to this? I want to hear from people that don't know anything about this case. Yeah, so interested to know your thoughts so far and stuff like that. Because we know a little too much about this case.
Or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I
you-
found out that the money was stapled.
Yikes.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Luis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Well, he probably put staples on there because I guess I don't know, how is he transporting the money? Because if you staple it, the money it's definitely secure. Versus if you do a paper clip, then money could come out of it. But again, I don't know if he's just keeping it in a safe. If he's keeping it in a safe, then you do like rubber bands or something like that.
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
Before the hitmen were paid.
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were
I'm
paid.
No, before the hitman. Sorry, there's some disconnect between the two of them, and then Georgia. Come on, Georgia, make it easier for her.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when
yes.
it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay.
I'll take any money.
During the
Holes or no
time
holes?
between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her
Isn't it
at that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there was on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together, so.
Okay.
What is this broadcast?
Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was, at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
So again, this is to affirm that when law enforcement did the undercover sting and went up to Donna Adelson and mentioned, what did they mention? It was basically an article of Dan Markel, and they wrote a phone number on it. I think Donna mentioned, did Donna mention ex-girlfriend? Oh gosh, what did Georgia say in opening statements? But essentially, Katie was never mentioned. So why would Charlie know to go to Katie about contacting about her ex-husband or whatever, her baby daddy? Because if it was about an ex-girlfriend, it could have been Whitney. It could have been another ex-girlfriend that he was with before Katie. Katie was like a couple ex-girlfriends like down the road. So it's interesting how Katie was never mentioned and he just goes directly straight to Katie.
Did you ever know Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Oh no.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay, and can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
All right. Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, tripped here. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the
Good. I'm glad that Charlie was suffering, but I do feel bad that Charlie's behavior had to affect her and she had like nothing to do with this.
time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And was one of those emotions anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Can the defense not call out Georgia for this? Basically testifying for her? Georgia's basically just testifying.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I think she's Thai, from Thailand.
I saw one more phone that he got, and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of time. He had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magdalena via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Maybe the rules in Florida is different. Because I would assume the attorneys, if they could, they would object. I don't know. I just feel like Georgia's just doing a lot of testifying. Is it supposed to be her asking kind of like these like more open questions? And then if June doesn't remember, then Georgia goes up to her and was like, okay, well, would this help to refresh your memory? You know how like they were doing earlier with the other witnesses? So I don't know. Maybe it's a little different here.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with a gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
What about Wendi Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not.
No, please don't.
Okay.
So, was there a time frame where Wendi and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right, was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them, I don't know, whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. Yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated.
I'm sorry. Donna, drained. No guessing. I'm sorry, guys.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them, I don't know, whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Jesus. Oh my goodness. Not looking good. All right. I don't think they asked any questions. Do they? Cross-examination? Oh gosh. I mean, I think they're doing so good. I think they're doing really good so far with these civilian witnesses. That's the word I was looking for yesterday. Civilian witnesses. And then once we get into like expert testimony, oh man, might be really crazy today. Ghostbusters. I don't know. We're gonna cross-examine. She looks good in red. Red is her color.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
The boob job. No cross. All right. Boob job.
Judge, may I ask one more question on the justice?
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine McVanoa's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
Oh, that's what she meant by 2020. Okay, sorry. I'm a dummy. Earlier she said 2020, and I thought she was referencing the year. And I was like, oh, well, they had been broken up for quite some time. They talked together. They were talking again in 2020, I guess. She means a 2020 Dateline episode. Okay, I need to watch this 2020 Dateline episode. Whew, when did this come out?
He made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like, he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
Dude. Like, she didn't even get a set of them. So she was getting $22,000 a month from the dental practice. Okay. But she got Harvey's old ass, like 10-year-old car. And not only that, the boob job that we thought that Charlie paid for, maybe Charlie only paid for one boob, but not for two. I mean, breast augmentation in Miami is probably like super expensive. 10 grand, 20 grand. I don't know. The Miami market. Everything's expensive in Miami. She gotta have a boob job. Mufasa.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My
Oh, we're
name's
doing
Jackie
cross.
Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes.
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
He did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay.
Whoa. I guess that's one way to go about it. That way, if you were ever robbed, they can't just wheel away your safe if it's that big.
So you did an initial interview. You've been deposed. You testified in Catherine McVanoa's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my fourth trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
And you testified, let's see,
No, not for children. Fourth trial. How did you hear children?
when you testified in Katie McVanoa's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her. In Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page in line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196.
I guess trial.
Well, it starts at
Okay, fine.
line 3 of the
Fine.
questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these. I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
The trial of Donna Adelson, day 3.
Yes.
Direct examination.
Oh, that's it?
And
We're done? Who's next?
You're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
All right, that was Charlie's
sir, please introduce
ex-girlfriend.
yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We were very close
acquaintances?
friends, yes, ma'am.
Close friends.
Uh-oh.
And based on your knowledge of
Wait, did he testify in Charlie's trial? Who here watched Charlie's trial? He coming in with confidence.
Charlie Adelson, was he
Isn't her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend? Not gonna lie, I'd be mad too if I got half a boob job. What the hell, man?
really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markell, if you know?
I'm going to check. They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related
You
to my
have
client.
the judge. Please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markell?
Oh, he did? He testified against Charlie? Oh, man.
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanimal one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Hey. All right, he's being truthful. I wonder if Charlie just had a thing for Asian women. Oh, boy.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know, Whitney doesn't really sound like an Asian name, but it could be, I guess. I guess you could have a name Whitney if you're Asian.
I am.
And how is that?
Staple money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by staple money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markell occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the Bone?
What? This is a Florida accent? I don't think so. No? Is it more like Midwest? I don't know.
Where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes, ma'am.
approached? Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
So
boy.
when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty. Just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything.
Damn, did they have a falling out or something like that? What happened here? What happened? Honestly, because again, the people that are testifying about Charlie and Donna, Donna's team or the state, they're not going to try to make any of those people look good because Donna's the one who is the defendant here. So it's not like Donna's team's going to come back and try to cure, Charlie's reputation by making him look better. Oh my God, they're just going to let Charlie go down the drains. He said, agitated, nervous, guilty, I guess, looking back at it.
Keep your mouth shut. And
To you about murder?
he made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut. And implied murder.
All right. After the arrest that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested?
when the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot, and
In
talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Do you think we're gonna have a cross? Man, trial's going so fast because these cross examinations are so short. Oh, what's going on over there? Damn, Jackie looked like she was giving Donna an earful. Jackie, you okay over there? You good, Jackie? Jackie looks like she's like in a huff and puff right now.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once, and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time?
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
I mean, I think that could be enough for the jury, though.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any time?
I mean, I feel like everyone's had that feeling where you feel like someone had strong feelings about something, but they never really said it explicitly. And if the jury can resonate with that, then I think the jury would be fine with his answer.
Release, sir, and good day. Please call your next witness.
Mary Hall.
Yeah, we're going to need to
Oh, Mary Hole. Hold on a second. Is Mary Hole the one that Donna doesn't want to testify? I don't know. I could be getting the names mixed up, but there was the one that Donna didn't want to testify because somebody was jailmates with Donna and I think Katie, and Donna was trying to get this person to lie on the stand. I guess promise them veneers, promise them money, promise them drugs for them to give false testimony and essentially say that Katie said some shit and it would make Donna look good or something. I wonder if this is her. Right? I'm like, is this the jail informant? Hi, Maverick. Good morning.
you were provided with some information before today or the report. It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room. But you need to speak with Ms. Hall before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State you need to be heard concerning this.
Yes, sir.
And Donna was talking about how she was having a hard time locate someone because they're a drug addict or something. And then the judge tells Donna to shut the fuck up and stop talking. This was like at the end of a hearing.
Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hall about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge.
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
All right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, the defense can speak with Ms. Hall about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Okay, jury's going to go on an early lunch break. They're going to question Mary Hall. Mary, are you the informant?
This case with each other or anyone else. Ms. Hall, and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing. Objection to slide say, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And that can be responded.
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
Before.
So, Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have...
Oh, maybe Mary Hull worked at the Dental Institute. Just kidding. I don't think she's a jail informant.
Did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever... Okay. Taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more prejudicial. I'm sorry, more probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see.
I'm gonna forward through this. You're laughing at a lady that is leaning back, raising her head to see better.
Okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time these payments were made.
You're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a second point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement, from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said...
It sounds like it's for the truth of the matter to be asserted. So they want the text between Charlie and Harvey to come in, that they have a large amount of cash. And she said that it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but that they have a large amount of cash. Isn't that asserting the truth that they have a large amount of cash? Maybe I'm confused.
We're using it to prove they have a lot of cash. So they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, I feel like I agree with you, Jackie.
What would be the other issue that's being offered for the student? It's not the truth of the matter asserted. Ms. Wolford is making a point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hair is pretty thin.
I have too much cash. I have too much
On that matter,
cash.
we're ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that can
I
review?
think he's gonna reserve the ruling, he said. Okay, now what? Lunch break? Lunch break?
Additionally, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth discussion. At 38, I will find that. Right, as to slide 38, I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Additionally, as to the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that is being offered for again, Mr. Dugan, is what exactly that's unrelated to the money specifically.
Can you say the last part?
What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Right, I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish that they keep a large amount of cash, they don't put it in banks, and they transfer it from one family member to another.
I don't know, she's just repeating herself, man.
Transfer it via just giving it to them, as opposed to putting it in a bank.
You may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which is being offered, not the truth of the matter asserted.
Ooh, Georgia's not happy about that.
12:30.
Hey man, I was agreeing with Jackie. It seems like they were asserting it for the truth of the matter. All right, Jackie got a win on that one. They're gonna go on lunch break. I'm gonna get some breakfast, and look, guys, look what we got here. I made a little screen thing. Oh God, sorry. I should have warned you guys. It's Donna. All right, y'all. I will be back in 30 minutes. Man, I started early today. All right, guys, I'll be back in 30 minutes, or I guess 35 minutes. So in case you guys missed it this morning, we started pretty strong today with the witnesses. Started with witness number 11, Jeff Lacoste. And essentially throughout Jeff Lacoste's testimony, it seems like Wendi was trying to set him up for Dan Markel's murder. Wendi, oh man, the hitman came into town 2 times. And during those 2 times that the hitman came into town, that was when Jeff Lacoste was supposed to be out of town. And he basically said that he doesn't really go out of town that often. Also, the first car that Hitman rented, he thought it was eerily too similar to the vehicle that he drove. And then Wendi, before the murder happened, Wendi met up with Jeff, and it seems like she was trying to break things off with him, but then she called him back, and he drives back to her, and she's like, oh, actually, like, what's your like plan this weekend? You know, this Friday, which is the same Friday that Dan Markel was gonna be murdered. Jeff was telling her about the plans, and he thought it was really weird because she was asking like really weird specifics about, you know, okay, so like, what are you doing Friday? What's the route that you're gonna take? Oh, if you don't go on a trip on Friday, why wouldn't you go? And so he was just giving her details, but he's like confused why, because it seems like she was trying to break up with him, you know, 15 minutes earlier. And then she sends him this email asking for no contact for a week. So that can go towards him being a very jealous or crazy ex-boyfriend that she just recently broke up with. And maybe he murdered Dan Markel for that reason. Oh boy. There was also a weird thing that they planned. They planned a trip together, and Wendi was supposed to come back July 18th at 5 p.m. That would have been the afternoon after Dan Markel was murdered. However, Wendi decided to cancel that trip 2 weeks before that out of nowhere. And the reason that she gave him didn't make sense. She said it was because she needed to make sure she was back on time to pick up the boys. He thought it didn't make sense because she would have been back to pick up the boys and things would have been fine. However, if Dan Markel was murdered on that Friday, technically Wendi would have arrived, I guess, late. She would have arrived at 5 p.m. that day. So that can go towards Wendi knowing ahead of time that something was going to happen to Dan Markel, and she had to cancel this trip to make sure that she was going to be back for the boys because the boys would not have their father to pick them up from preschool. And the broken TV, again, the broken TV that the state believes is used as Wendi's alibi during Dan Markel's murder. Jeff Lacoste said that it was really weird that this broken TV, I don't know, like apparently Wendi forced him and the kids to watch a movie on the broken TV when there was a perfectly fine TV that they could have watched it on. It seems like Wendi really wanted to make sure that Jeff knew that Wendi had a broken TV before the murder happened. Also, he made some comments about the broken TV, saying that it looked like it was shattered by maybe like an object. It looked like it was a person that was 5'6" sitting in front of the TV, and it looked like they maybe hit it. So Wendi was trying to blame the kids for breaking the TV. Again, they were 3 and almost 5 years old around this time. And he said the damage just seemed like something that was done by an adult and not like a kid. But again, that was his opinion, and I was surprised that he was able to testify so much about his opinion without the defense objecting so much. Anyways, so that's Jeff Lacoste. And then we heard from June Uchimda, who is Charlie's ex-girlfriend. June testified in 4 trials, including this one. So poor June. I hope June has a good rest. I think Jeff as well. Jeff has testified in a lot of trials as well, I think. Actually, no. Did he only testify in Charlie's trial? Not too sure. So June, again, is going to talk about how there was a fairy tale phase between her and Charlie when they were dating. However, when the arrests were happening, Charlie soon became erratic, paranoid. He wasn't sleeping. He was becoming really angry, depressed, and she didn't understand why the relationship turned so badly. Nothing had happened in their relationship, and it seemed like it was out of nowhere. She also talks about how Charlie had money stapled in his safe, and there were $100 bills stapled into stacks of thousands. So again, this is how the hitmen were paid. Anyways, that's pretty much it. Oh, and then Ryan Fitzpatrick, a friend of Charlie, testified saying that the Markels didn't like Dan, and then again saying that Charlie had stapled money, and this money was actually paid to him before by Charlie. Talks about how after the bump operation happened, Charlie was agitated, nervous, and looking in retrospect, I guess he was guilty. Also talks about how after the hitmen were arrested, that Charlie's behavior increasingly became more erratic and that he was needy. And it seemed like he was really talking himself into believing something that I guess maybe he was talking about the investigation and really talking about how he wasn't going to get caught. He did say that he can get away with anything if he kept his mouth shut. And Ryan Fitzpatrick said this implied to the murder. Oh boy. And then we'll wait for the next witness, Mary Hall. We thought that was a jail informant, and I made a huge mistake. I'm sorry. She's not a jail informant. I think she used to work at the Dental Institute because they talk about Harvey and Charlie and how they gave cash discounts at the Dental Institute. However, the state took a pretty large blow because they cannot show this text message between Harvey and Charlie. The judge says that it's hearsay, and they have to find a different way to overcome that. So we'll see what happens after the lunch break. Maybe Georgia and Sarah Dugan will brainstorm and come up with something else. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a little mini lunch break. I will see you guys in 30 minutes. See you guys soon. Also, if you guys haven't already, watch my recap of day 2 of Wendi Adelson's testimony and the emails tying her and Donna into all of this. It's crazy. Hello, hello. All right, we are back after the lunch break, breakfast break for me. Hello, everyone. Oh, shit. Right, we are back. Oh, God, that's me. I'm sorry. I have my iPhone on. All right. Wow, that is loud. Yeah, they're talking to the defense right now. Okay, let's see what's going on. How was everyone's lunch break? Let's see. I think we are right around here. Hello, Judge. How's your lunch? Welcome back.
Do we have our jurors, or are we still collecting them?
I'm sorry, be cool. Yeah, next time I will be a little bit more quieter. It jump scared me too because I had myself on my phone. Ooh, eating a croissant. Delicious. We'll be listening while working out. Yay! What are you working out today?
Go ahead.
Shortly after we began the lunch break, I received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my experts are going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Ms. Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both.
Upper body. I did upper body yesterday. Oh my God, my shoulders are sore. And then I think I accidentally messed up my shoulder blade. Oopsies.
And I advised defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right. Concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised to the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Ooh, spicy. The judge had this issue on day 1 too. He was like, why was this not dealt with in pretrial stuff? Why are we dealing with it right now? Why are we wasting the jurors' time? Uh-oh. Is the defense, are they whispering amongst each other?
But the only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
That is not a good answer. Oh man, he said the deadlines were extended multiple times, they met multiple times, and Mr. Zellman's just like, you know what? We just didn't have time. Sorry, Judge. Oh gosh. Hey, just gotta tell the truth.
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. And I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also, last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
Damn. That was day one. He was like, okay, y'all got the weekend. You can decide. Not looking good, man. Not looking good. What's going on, Mr. Zellman? Oh, I'm not saying anything important. I'm just yapping. I'm just yapping. Sorry, guys. I was just talking about George's outfit. My disappointment, Mr. Zellman, what's going on, and the judge is annoyed. And the judge brings up good points, saying that the judge did offer last Friday. If both parties wanted to deal with this stuff, if there's anything else they want to deal with. Let the judge know. And he said no, nobody took him up on that, including the defense. And then I was complaining about how I could have just ate my breakfast for a little bit longer. If I was a juror, I'd be looking at all those empty reserve seats for Donna. Well, they cut it down now. I think instead of getting like a whole bench, I think she gets half a bench now. Or sorry, before I think she had half a bench. Now it looks like it's just 1 or 2 bench space. Long lunch break for the jury. Well, I guess since we're sitting here, Donna, help your team. Lol. Donna's just chilling. She's chilling. I think she got her soul sucked working on all the legal stuff, you know, with Dan Markel and the divorce. She's like, I can't be bothered with it anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if she was heavily involved in Charlie's case as well. Or at least pretend. I don't know. This defense team is really interesting. I feel like teamwork is not really happening here. At least on camera teamwork. Maybe behind the scenes teamwork is a little bit better. But remember when Mr. Zellman was getting reprimanded by the judge in front of everyone, and Mr. Zellman couldn't locate these documents, and he's like there going to the binder, and Donna's sitting there, Jackie's just sitting there. Poor Mr. Zellman just shuffling through. I don't know if that was like a punishment for Mr. Zellman, because maybe that was something that he should have been prepared for, but damn, Jackie was just sitting there. Jackie, help him out. Well, I guess while we're sitting here, let me see how much space I have left on my computer. Oh, recording these like 8-hour trial days is rough. Start running out of space. How are you guys doing today? Watching anything interesting lately? On my breakfast break, I was watching this movie on Netflix about the DC shooter, which I almost completely forgot about. Growing up when we were kids, we had a DC shooter, sniper shooter that would just, I feel like they just shot random people at gas stations. I remember hearing it as a kid that you had to be careful at bus stops because, you know, you might get shot. And so instead of waiting in line at the bus stop, I think parents would drive their kids to school. But what was the other alternative? Because my mom never drove me to school. So what did we do? Just risk getting shot? What do we do? Maybe the buses Because you know what buses should do? Buses should just sit there and just wait and let the kids load in. I remember we had this bus driver that would do that. He was like super nice, super awesome bus driver. Instead of waiting in line for the bus to arrive at who knows when, usually it's like a 10, 15 minute like time gap. The bus would just sit there and just let people load in. That was always really nice. We had a really cool bus driver. However, the bus lady that drove us back, oh my god, Miss Carrie, she was the meanest shit ever. She was so awful. Please don't remind me. I'm in the DC area and I think about that often. I mean, that's a long time ago though. Unless there's something else going on in DC.
Changes to the exhibit that the state intends to offer through Sergeant Corbett.
Still trying to locate some of them, Your Honor.
Oh boy, Mr. Zellman.
I have not yet heard back from my expert as to their review.
Who is cross-examining Ms. Hull?
I am, Your Honor.
Very well, and you continue your search while the examination of Ms. Hull is taking place. At this point, we do need to move forward with resuming the trial.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please bring in the jurors.
Maybe Mr. Zellman's not lucky and just keeps having tech issues or something. I don't know. Or maybe he's really bad with the organization, or... I mean, I will say, though, it's probably really tough to join a trial and only be on the case for less than a year. So maybe the organization is not really quite where it should be. Something. Oh, while we wait, Mary Hull's gonna come in. I think she used to work at the Dental Institute. Mary! Ooh.
Jury entering courtroom.
Loud gavel bang. Did the judge do that? I don't think I've really heard gavel bangs in live cases before. It's something you always see on TV. You know how they would say like, order, order, order in the court.
Everyone can be seated.
Proctor's at a hearing trying to get his job back. Oh, Proctor. Wait, so who is Emily Baker covering? Is she covering the Proctor thing, or is she covering Donna Adelson's trial right now? Damn, that's a split. I did see Proctor's video pop up earlier, but I just thought it was like an old testimony or something like that. Damn, they live streamed that. Oh boy.
I hope you had a restful midday break.
Oh, she's covering Adelson. Yeah, that's probably better because Proctor's hearing is probably a lot shorter. Maybe. How long is his hearing? Is it still going?
At this point, we're going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness.
Is that Mary Hull? Mary, is that you? Mary!
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
I think she was
you're about
demoed
to
recently.
offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Where do you currently work?
The Executive Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office.
That'd be fun if she said the Adel Institute. Maybe she doesn't work at the Dental Institute. Maybe she's like the financial person. Oopsie, sorry.
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
The Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
Oops.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, guys, I completely had Mary all wrong. At first I said maybe she was a jail informant. Then I said maybe she worked at the Dental Institute. Just kidding. She's a financial investigator, y'all. My bad.
As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white-collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were stations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to voir dire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for financial, or excuse me.
Used to be terrified of snipers. It's crazy because the DC sniper thing was a really real thing for us growing up, but I still had a major fear of volcanoes. I don't know, natural disasters, meteor hitting and killing us, and then the large tsunami wave wiping us out, even though none of that would have happened in the area that I grew up in. I don't know. It's just so crazy how like fear could be so irrational.
Forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
What's these?
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems here?
Sorry. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review State's Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanwa's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review State's Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanwa?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanwa employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanua, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at a time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically states 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review states 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanua from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanua's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all those records that we just talked about, to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 60.
I'm not commenting too much right now because they're basically just going over what she reviewed. And then once they get entered in, that's when she'll go into the full details of it. So I'm just listening right now.
69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110.
Hey, Mr. Zalman, you good over there? Did you find your documents?
74 and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Can I go through real quick, Judge?
Go ahead. Student clerk, would you go through the item numbers one more time, please?
Sure.
I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Give me 1 more second, please. No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted, as previously stated, with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iCloud, as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties, to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far, is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today, this notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of?
Oh, I know that his name is Turtle Boy, but I was trying to say it short, but I guess it doesn't make sense. Because you know how people would say like the lawyer you know guy or like the lawyer guy on YouTube? I was just trying to say the turtle guy, but yeah.
Of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over.
Go ahead. State's 81 is admitted at this time.
Commissioner Angela McConey as the hearing officer. Oh, I don't know who that is.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite State's 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay.
We saw her graphs earlier when they were talking about Katie's spending after the murder happened and how there was a huge spike. And I think that month that she got money into the account was more than she's ever gotten in a year.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, and they were caught up.
All right. So you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
Yeah, because remember, the hitmen, after they got the money, they bought motorcycles. Yeah.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
And they pose with it. Why?
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markell?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markell?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, and overdraft charges are, dude, so annoying. Oh, like back in the day, like whenever you get an overdraft charge, like, dude, it was like just like so devastating. I think they used to be like $35, but then like, dude, if you kept doing it over and over, it would like just stack, and you're just like, oh my god, what the fuck, dude.
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number, on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red
Holy
bar.
Shit. Average balance $65. Overdraft penalties 21. Oh my god. 21 overdrafts. Damn, that's like my mom.
And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on.
I sent the screenshot of the 65 overdrafts to my brother.
Sigfredo Garcia, tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Or sorry, not 65, 21 overdrafts.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Why?
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay,
There's
and
so
then
many
the
cars.
Monte Carlo is on the two-toe Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes,
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder.
that's correct.
Within 3 months? Oh my goodness.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one. Let's see. From June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July.
Remember that scene I was telling you guys about with Joe Pesci in the mob movie where one of his like underlings purchased a fur coat for his wife and they showed up at the Christmas party and he was like fucking pissed, dude. Oh my goodness. He like kicked them out or some shit like that.
July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014, around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right, For Catherine McBanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS&V records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was one second.
Oh, I should have stretched more when I was standing up. Oh my goodness.
Here I might. We're in some evidence that.
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages? Did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed? The parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowny face.
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, you know, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine McBanois, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, "LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC."
That's correct.
And she says, "Stop paying for S word," she misspells it, "on your card."
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
Wow, Charlie just didn't just buy her a Lamborghini? Just buy her a Lamborghini. Charlie got money.
And she's saying, yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
Let us see the text message.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine McBanois words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine McBanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Oh, I guess I'll read it. All right, Katie writes, "Hey, I needed a credit card auth form sent to you. A credit card authorization form sent to you. Are you at an office now so they can send it? I'm going in the morning to pick up the car. Call me. Hey, it's going to be too much of a mission. I'm just going to try to put it on my credit card tomorrow morning because I doubt you're nowhere near an office right now, and then help me pay for my card, please. Charlie, call me ASAP. I will only pay for it if you let me put on my credit card. I'm at the office. Send it now. Call me ASAP. If you pay for it on your credit card, you're on your own. Sorry. Where is the amount? What is the amount?" Catherine writes, "Don't put anything yet on just put on the authorization that I'll put them out and when I get there tomorrow." Jesus. Katie ran out of money, huh? Maybe bad money management.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine McBanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine McBanois estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
Wow, nice.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end
Wouldn't it have been better just to give her cash and do it, just so he's not continually tied to her, even though they're not together anymore?
of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine McBanois got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now, Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance, and she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later, and then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says
I forgot. I should shut the fuck up. He's the maestro. You're correct.
he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom, she's paying the insurance now, just please go this Saturday, smiley face?
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it, I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it, they'll prorate it back to us, just go Saturday, don't rush today? And she's saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago, just chill, you are still the best?
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHS&B records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
Let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. On the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
A 2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
Harvey's in the court.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to McBanois for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
I guess Harvey's not scared. They're going to come after him and arrest him next, right after Donna's trial. He's just sitting there chilling.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine McBanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it
Lower
makes the
tax?
registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McVanois.
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids, I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving.
She writes, at least you and your kids are healthy. Oh no, Charlie writes that. And I always have your back. She writes back, thanks, hon. Don't you got to hook up with plane tickets? I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom too. It's her 60th birthday on November 9th. I have that guy, but I know what he wants. Cat face. Oh, gosh. He writes back, I don't have any hookups. My name's Charlie, not Jerry. Winky face. I think he writes, I got jokes on a Monday.
60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too?
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones, y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages?
Correct.
She writes, I want to do something nice for my mommy. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. He writes, the holidays are a shit show to travel. Agree. She writes back, by the way, she's having a major surgery for her spine in January. She has to be out for 6 months. I know, but I don't want to be here I know, but I don't want to be here. I want to be with my family. I'll rent an RV, drive cross country. Man, she must really regret doing this because life imprisonment is what she got? Pfft. Won't be around her family, won't be around her kids, man. He writes back, do you want me to get you a cruise for you and your mom? ? She writes back, I was thinking about a cruise too. He writes back, perfect. They have really nice ones that you guys can leave on a whatever.
Okay, and this isn't to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates.
Katie didn't care. She saw Charlie as a fucking bankroller. She just wants to.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McVanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015 is Catherine McVanois saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
No, you
and
don't.
he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
They always say
And
that.
then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McVanois' account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
Hey, by the way, I have a shite load of things to pay for. I need a little help because of the kids' tuition and crap for summer, and I had to stop my weekend job. I hate asking. He writes back, I will lend you whatever you need.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, Did Catherine McBanois have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
How much? We get to know now. Let's see.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
Total credit was $4,608.
$4,608. Oh, not bad for
Looking at the
Miami.
records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of
Are you telling me that he didn't pay for the full amount?
cash from any of Catherine McBanois' accounts to
No.
reach $4,400
No.
or even $4,000
No.
around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014 and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
Of 2014?
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McBanois' bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanois may have worked or what business she, were you able
Oh, wait, sorry. Did I take a screenshot of
to
that?
portion?
Hold on, let me take a screenshot of this. It's kind of funny. We got the pie shirt, y'all. For the boobies. Boobies.
Income from
I think
from
we're
her
right about
bank
here.
records.
Oops.
2014?
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McBanois' bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanois may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016 showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All
For a
right.
year? What?
Quintana
Was she like working super part-time or something?
Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie? Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Was it worth it, Katie?
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder.
It's kind of wild that she didn't have any money and she kept borrowing money from Charlie for, I don't know, vacation money for her mom, tuition and stuff like that. But then she also had priorities in getting like a boob job. Kind of interesting.
Murder and the bump also showed on this time frame.
Oh, snaps.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there?
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay.
They were probably afraid that they were going to take the dental institute away from Charlie or something.
Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for her kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS." INS. Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
They can't confiscate a boob job as evidence. Remember that scene was it Scary Movie in the beginning where the woman gets stabbed? Or I think it's Pamela Anderson. She gets stabbed in the beginning of the movie, and then when they pulled the knife out, the boob implant came out with it.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we look at Charlie's bank account? I want to see. I'm nosy.
Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this.
Wait, periodontist, is that like teeth surgery? Because orthodontist is like they deal with bones, right? So like making sure getting your teeth to be straight. What's periodontist again? Or is that more like gums?
Text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance, or if she moves later on.
Gums, right? Okay.
In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things, but 682 is a copy back in front of every check. Here it is, that Catherine Magbanua received from Adelson Institute?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a dates, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McBanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed on?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from McBanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time, he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time
That's right.
for all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority.
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
Guys, I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy. Wake me up. Ah!
When you reviewed the phone records in this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him?
Damn, not only was Donna the personal assistant, she was also the fucking... What was I going to say? Oh, dude, I'm so tired. I lost my train of thought. Not only was she a personal assistant, oh, she was also your matchmaker, too. Finding you the love of your life.
Him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this
And your attorney, helping you with your divorce stuff.
account. She helped him with all of his money.
And your accountant.
Yes.
Did she kind of
Damn, Donna's so good, she could just replace her wife.
run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McBanois here, looking at the summary?
Hey, Manny.
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months
She was even trying to replace Dan Markell to be the children's father.
after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McBanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? Do you have the clicker? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check, where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one.
Surprised she didn't do the murder herself. Oh, yeah, that's beneath her. Okay, it's a lot cooler if you pretend to be like a grandma mob boss and get these hitmen to do it for you.
The amount is here.
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days, in other words.
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
Are all of the checks for the same amount?
all except for the first one, which appears to be a 1 week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advance pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes,
And were any of these checks sequential?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
Are these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
Yeah.
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks, it's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes.
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
That would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000, and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002, and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine Ray-Banwa, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October 2014? Was Meg Banwa receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do
Yes.
during that time? Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct. No decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McVanwa's employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for
for 2 years. Do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine Marbanoa's account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that Meg Banoa posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to Meg Banoa was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by Meg Banoa from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump,
It would.
but after in sequence of Meg Banoa's checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing Meg Banoa checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at Meg Banoa's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markell?
$13,035.
I think that other graph already shows this. I guess we're just going to like more detail. Are we just going to more detail? Here, I'll save the graph just in case. Just in case. But I think they already had a chart. All that stuff.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markell was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income, or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay, and that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markell's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over 10,000,
Yes.
and a little over 5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay, and he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay, so about 80
Is he going to testify too?
is at about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markell and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year. How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less.
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income
Yes.
the cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Meg Banois had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have the visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markell was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute, and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markel's murder for Catherine McBanois?
The year before was $15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was $44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August, 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited 17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs.
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute.
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October.
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendi Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
She could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the $130-something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that
When are we gonna get another crazy person? Corey Richards.
money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in
the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call. I am home.
Let me take a screenshot of this really quick. Financial messages. I'm going to read it. Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your offline account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of this today. You can call. I am home, or you can text me, whatever is better for you. I love you, honey. Mom." Charlie writes, "No problem."
In cash.
In the records where they just have some cash and keeping it in piles in a safe.
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Rule you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Holland.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
All right, so getting to how Charlie has a safe full of money. Yeah, Donna's real crazy. You're talking about like majorly unhinged, like mentally ill unhinged or something.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name that shows that Catherine McBanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
I just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second. Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
Do you think Mr. Zellman found his document yet? Or I think he's rushing right now because it's starting to get a little bit closer. You doing okay over there, Mr. Zellman?
Any redirect examination?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
No, this cross is still really short. I don't know if
Counsel
Mr. Zellman's
asked
ready.
If the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
What was it again? Was the did I actually turn off the?
In the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
So the defense is trying to blame the defense is trying to point the fingers at Charlie, and state is redirecting it back to Donna. All right, I say we have an afternoon break.
The
because I
only
drink a lot
other
of
thing I
water.
had was on direct. You mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice, but we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magban was still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case, she can go about her business then.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
If you and
may
any of the
see her back
jurors need
again.
to take a restroom break, the
Yay!
bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Restroom break. What about the courtroom? Does the courtroom get a restroom break too? We all get a restroom break?
Everyone can be seated.
Are we doing Mr. Zellman stuff?
We'll resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, that will be the time.
All right, we'll be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom and stretch. a little sleepy towards the end of that. A little sleepy. Is it me or did the judge look tired just now? It looked like he was trying to stay awake too. Don't worry, Judge. I feel you. The picture of Donna's awful. The stuff nightmares are made of. Okay, this is the only pictures that I had of her at trial on my Photoshop. Maybe I'll get a different picture. I have this picture, and I don't think I have a. Maybe I have one of her crying. I guess this is a little scary. Hey, Tugo, how are you doing today? They're still on a quick break, it says. Quick break. Who else is testifying today? Oh, I think the lead detective is going to testify, or maybe the guy that helped orchestrate the bump. Maybe they're going to testify. Oh, while we're sitting here, I guess I'll just do some work. How's everyone doing today? What day is today? Tuesday, right? Today's Tuesday! Man, after this, I gotta edit the... Gosh, I'm so tired. After this, I have to edit the... Oh! Rob Adelson's testimony. If you guys haven't already, we already have a recap of day 2 of Wendy's testimonies, the emails, and then also day 1 trial recap. You guys want to watch 8 hours of trial footage. Or if you did have 8 hours of trial footage in the background and you're like, what happened again? I wasn't really listening. I need you to tell me what's going on. Perfect. That's what those videos are for. Are we just waiting for the jury to come back, I guess? Hey, Gold Lucky, how are you? Any new games you're excited for? I heard that there was a game con or something. Trying to see if there's any good horror games out this year before the year ends. Oh, Mary Hall's coming back to testify? I thought we're done with Mary. Welcome back, Mary. Mary! Oh, we're starting now. Okay.
Libretto?
Libretto.
Okay. All right, so thank you.
My name is Gladys.
Oh, wait, that's not Mary, is it?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak
It's not Mary.
loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltor.
Wait, how do you spell that? Huh?
Iza.
Wait,
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libretto?
Libretto.
Okay. All right. So where do you currently work?
Congrats.
Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
Was the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
I wonder if she got along with the Adelson family. I wonder if they left on good terms or what? Revenge of the ex-employee?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that...
Oh my God, that'd be so funny. Olive High. There should be a meme with Adelsons pointing at each other rather than Spider-Man.
that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years?
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
How
Okay.
do you spell hygienist?
Were there any other
Hygienist.
employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute, and other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Was it Harvey?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
it was
when?
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Nice hours. Is that a dolphin fin on her neck?
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magvanois?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once
So you're telling me Katie wasn't working there? Shocking.
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No.
one time or 2 times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right.
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanois the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanois?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
Right. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
Oh, are these like more wiretap calls and she's going to authenticate the voices too? Like to say who's who?
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial.
Okay, probably like an investigator maybe?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No cross. Oh, there is going to be a cross? Oh, there is going to be a cross. Okay. Cross-examination of witness number 15, Clarissa Spoltor. I forgot how she pronounced it. She worked at the Adel Institute for 40 plus years, she says. I wonder if Harvey or I guess Harvey's father or mom, I wonder if they also worked at the as dentist as well. Afford it.
To time frame of 2013, 2014, did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so you play a recording if somebody didn't pick up?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to You had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Old style answer
Isn't it
machine.
true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Time period, if a patient were to
Nothing further.
during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay, and then would the voicemail be able to be checked from there? If it's checked by someone in the office, that would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel?
No.
But you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but...
Not regularly?
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine McMahon.
Oh, here comes Katie. Katie, coming on
The
in.
jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Another break? Oh, is it gonna take a while for Katie to come in because she's coming into like shackles and shit? Witness number 16. Catherine Meg. Yeah. I don't think I've ever really heard her talk before. I didn't watch her testimony in Charlie's trial.
Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead. Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. Do you understand?
Damn, no head shaking either? Judge reminds Donna, no reaction, no head shaking. Okay. Because day one, she was crying and she was shaking. She was perturbed.
Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
For how long the McBenowa will take as a witness? Do you believe he will still get Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30. I think we can start.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, the end time is 5:30, but right now, what's the local time in court right now? It's almost 3 o'clock, right? It's 2:47.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish them today in all likelihood. All right.
But yeah, we better start before 5:30. How long are we waiting? All right, y'all. We just waiting for Katie to come on up. Damn, Katie. What do you think they gave Katie for this testimony? You think they were looking into reducing her sentence somehow? Did she get life in prison with no chance of parole? Or maybe they're just making her stay at the prison more comfier, possibly? Maybe a better mattress? Maybe some snackies? Better food? You think so? Eligibility for parole? That's huge. Really? Is it Nia or Naya? I think they offered her opportunity for parole. Wow. That's huge. Let's see. Let me look it up then. KD.
Go ahead.
I don't see anything about her getting anything for helping the state. Where do you guys see that? What? What did state give Katie McMenawa? Oh, it's speculation, maybe? Okay.
Joey.
Yeah, this is KD 37. Oh wow, KD's like 40 years old then. 40, 41. Hi Sheena! How are you? How's your day going? Honestly, I thought maybe they would just offer her just a little bit of a cozier life in prison. Oh, you're on jury duty yesterday? You're summoned? Did they select you, Roku's? Hello, how are you? I heard you were at Jan's house and Jan's cat thought you were Jan for a second. And then when she realized you weren't Jan, she was like, oh, ew. Yes. Lawsuit suggested that's what they offered. Wow, that's big. That's big. Donna, no reaction. What the fuck is going on? Oh, let me get up and stretch then. Oh, we wait for Katie to come back.
You remain seated for right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
Jury entering courtroom.
Now, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Kather.
Damn, Katie be rocking that Lori Vallow hair. All right, guys, I'm back. Just in time.
Inemagbanua.
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life.
Life for what? Crime?
For the murder of Anne Markel.
And did you have a trial
Yes, make her say it.
before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony...
Oh, it's funny. Georgia said trial, and I thought she said child, too. Okay, trial and child do sound very similar. You guys are right. Diane's is exciting.
Did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out, and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am,
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
Wow. So that explains it. We were wondering earlier if she was offered anything on the table in exchange for testimony and cooperating with the state. But so far, nothing yet. But I guess she's hoping that maybe the state will work with... Who decides? State will work with the corrections people, I guess, who determines whether or not they could change her sentencing. Is that the judge? I don't know. Judge, corrections facility, prison, I don't know. To see if they can reduce her, or it wouldn't be corrections. It would be, the parole people, right? People who are in charge of that. Yeah. So that's our answer right there. She's hoping she'll get something so she can see her children one day. Because, she probably realized it was really fucking stupid to get into all this when she had 2 children that she was raising.
No, ma'am. Nobody.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am,
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am. Nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
She thought Charlie's influence, his money, was going to be able to bail her out of all of this, hiring the best attorneys. I don't know if Charlie even paid for her attorneys.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right, so a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is an...
Wow, Katie royally screwed up. Not only did she agree to murder a man, she also turned down immunity twice. Wow.
in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car, and he basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words he used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This states 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is a minute. You may.
Where was this photograph?
She actually still looks pretty young. She's supposed to be like 40, 41 right now, but she looks young. I feel like maybe she's like one of those people that are really lucky to be low maintenance or something. Skin looks clear. Hair looks decent.
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
Oh, that's Charlie? Oh, God.
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
Right, sorry. Let me go back to it. I didn't
Where was
get to
this
screen
photograph
grab it.
taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe
Looks like
that
a fake-
was his birthday.
Looks Looks like a fake
Charlie's
background.
birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached the subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was
day?
not.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way, yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay. So when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know
Okay,
anything about
but
it.
at some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was...
Okay, maybe he was looking for Dr. Adelson or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations, so I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Okay. What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel, and since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
She did?
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house, or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over, or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markell.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dane, did not answer the question. Please rephrase.
In these conversations,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, her skin looks great. Her hair looks fine. Like, damn. I guess she has access to tweezers too, maybe.
are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
Listen, if I ever go to prison, okay? If I ever had to testify, dude, I'm not going to be looking great. My hair is horrible. It's high maintenance. My skin, high maintenance, okay? I'm going to be all like acne. My lips are going to be so chapped. My hair's going to be all nasty. I guess the only thing is, like, I don't really grow eyebrow hair, so my eyebrows will probably be fine. But everything else, like...
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone, he'd kind of look at me weird, and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Given information about what was discussed outside of presence.
Well, the rule is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation, so you may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about...
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, you know, my mom says whatever?
He didn't. He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Rule.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Secreto Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay. And is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about...
Sorry, my camera just moved.
...about Charlie to Secreto, and you don't talk about Secreto to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both...
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am, it was blank.
All right, so the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes, well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever.
Wait, so they would use her. She would use her kid's diaper bag as like a transport of communication for this hitman shit?
You can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right, and had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how did he know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
For my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know.
Okay, but you
Charlie has a type. Does anyone know what Whitney looks like?
knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
Get to my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why has anything been happening?
I don't know why this is happening again. We're getting the robotic voice. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Let me listen.
Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I had no knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
okay. But you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel?
No, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie.
All right, so the audio is a little bit and we got some robotic voices. Hopefully they'll fix it soon. The real demonic voice. Maybe there's a voice filter on this entire time, and that was just Katie's real voice.
Charlie Adelson, to put you on the payroll, basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
You know, it would have been funny if instead of going through with murdering Dan Markel, they just blackmailed Charlie and the Adelson family instead. Try to collect as much evidence as you can against them and be like, hey, you know what? If you don't pay me $100,000, I'm going to go to the authorities and let them know that you're trying to hire all of us to kill Dan Markel. Maybe they should have just done that.
I believe so, if you can show me.
Or like Rivera said, Rivera just wanted to rob Charlie, you know.
I will. Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay. But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Show you this. Just publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it. So take a moment to review that.
Wait, hold on. The audio is like crazy right now. How's the audio for you guys? Let me see if I can. The audio is bad, right? It's not just me. It's not just my earbuds.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not yet, I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so, yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and most or all the checks? All the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September, after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendi was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendi?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's Day.
Photo that we've seen, State's Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait, what is she going to say about Wendi? Did Wendi say anything to you, Katie?
Okay.
Give us a tea.
Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendi Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip,
So Charlie would have to be the one that turns on Wendi then. Charlie, come on up, Charlie.
once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
And when you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth, and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did he take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here, and he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Luis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then that's time he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment, or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right. So the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am.
It was. Okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
Ew.
The money itself was damp to the touch.
Yes, ma'am.
Did it smell?
Right. And did you ever mention that back to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I didn't.
Okay. And when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me.
Go
Told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of the what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes, ma'am.
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I
Yes.
had purchased
Yep.
from him, so he would get that fixed,
Yeah, she literally laundered the money. Very true, Laura. You can't make this up.
and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And
Hey, Kay, how's it going? Hey, a long time no stream. I wasn't feeling the last two trials with this one. I want to say fire, but also someone was murdered, so whatever. It's really interesting. Hello, how are you?
you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, just like Fredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
They should have just kept on paying. Oh, man. So earlier, there was an employee that worked at Adelson Dental Institute, and she said she would not ever get payments in like chunks because she said that she got paychecks in like at multiples at a time. So usually you get one paycheck for the time that you worked, and then 2 weeks later you get another paycheck for the time that you work. But maybe they were too lazy to give it to her every 2 weeks. It's too burdensome, so they just gave it to her in like chunklings. So I wonder if she deposited those paychecks all at the same time.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry, one moment. Anyway.
They're just being lazy. You only get paychecks for the hours you work. They're just being lazy. I'm surprised they didn't just direct deposit to her. Or maybe the Dental Institute wasn't that... I wouldn't even consider it high tech. Because this was back, what, in 2015, 16?
You may continue.
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time. Like, space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always, no, ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right, and did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
I think initially the conversations were really, really hard to hear. And it wasn't until later on the feds got involved and they were able to clarify the audio. And that's when they finally really went after Charlie and charged him. If I remember correctly.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper.
Oh, Tato. That's how you pronounce it. That was Tato, like potato. Tatos. She said it with an accent. Tatos. Tatos.
That he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay.
Tato.
So did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it.
When did they find out that Tato, aka Luis Rivera, when did they find out that he took the plea deal?
With Tuto, because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he...
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number?
Mm-hmm. Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Those transcripts, this transcript is very cringe
You knew
because
Luis
Charlie
Rivera well, right?
I knew
Charlie talked like he was such a badass.
him from Sigfredo. Yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he did
to do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay.
Sigfredo. The caption says Sigfredo.
Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am. He did not.
Sustained, please rephrase your questions. Kevin.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my
Oh, now they want to object for leading? I felt like Georgia was leading with all the other witnesses before.
mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Did we get Charlie's testimony today? Charlie! Is Charlie here? All right, come on, defense. Give us a good cross-examination. I feel like it's been a little quiet over there. Oh, I forgot to update. Oopsies. Witness number 16. Catherine. Katie. Oh, it's Jackie. Come on up, Jackie. Jackie!
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we going to go anywhere with this? One of the attorneys was a former judge? I don't know. I don't get former judge vibes from any of these attorneys. Maybe Jackie? I don't know.
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Well, I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay, and how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money, and you could certainly use some money, so that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed, and you didn't even know how much you were going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
What? Oh,
okay,
my goodness.
so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's ass.
Oh my God, this just makes this whole thing even more stupid. Oh my goodness.
You've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
What if Charlie was going to give you like $10,000 or something? Would you have still been okay with that? $10,000, y'all split it 3 ways. Good luck, have fun.
And we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately they follow and track down.
But then again, I wouldn't see why she would lie about that, right? Wow.
Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Why?
The next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
That's
Jackie.
what you delivered to Sigfredo.
Yes.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag, and at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera is involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't believe that. I felt like the moment the money came into your closet, you probably went there ASAP. That's a lot of money that's sitting there.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So you may...
But I don't know how it would help her or hurt her either way. So I would just have to assume that maybe she just doesn't know. Genuinely?
I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that day.
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay, and you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markell to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am. I never counted it.
What? Okay, I don't believe any of this shit now. Not only is she saying that she never asked how much they were going to get paid, that the money was sitting in her closet, and she possibly went to go check on the money days later. And then also saying that she never counted the cash that she got. What? She just took it and she was like, okay, cool, I have cash. What the fuck, dude? Oh, man. No wonder she was always asking to borrow money. I guess she was just really bad with money stuff. I don't know. That's just so weird.
Spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. 3 times, yes.
And you deposited some of it into your bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know how much yours was?
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And you testified that you met Miss Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date,
I mean, I still don't know how this helps Donna in any way, or even how it helps Katie, but okay. Where are we going with this?
Sorry. That Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still...
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've...
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
It was all Charlie. Nice job, Mama Adelson.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that. Well, I guess maybe not. The fact that she said she didn't know that her baby daddy was going to be actually involved in the actual shooting, and that she didn't know Sigfredo was going to be the one that does it. But I feel like they talked and called. No, I don't believe that, because they talked and called each other so many times. They had to get down to the nitty gritty of the details. Who was going to do it? How they were going to do it? Who's going to drive? Who's going to shoot? And all the stuff. I don't believe it. But I don't see how this would help her in any way if she was trying to make her situation look better. I feel like it wouldn't help her. But I'm also, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see how this really helps Donna, I guess. Maybe it just makes her look bad.
Examination.
It makes Katie look bad, and Katie's not trustworthy. Georgia!
Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no lying here. Right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
I'm gonna object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had.
Zellman was shaking his head right there. She said that she would talk to Charlie, and then she would see Charlie run off and talk to his mom or something.
Conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled? You remain over the subpoena, Ms. McBrennan.
Maybe we'll see her again. All right, who is witness number 17? Charlie! Get Charlie up in here.
I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before you get started.
Okay, we'll take Sergeant Corbett. I think Sergeant Corbett was one of the lead investigators, maybe. Dude, I know Georgia's so good, especially with the graphics that Georgia be providing.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness.
Break. Lots of breaks. Sergeant Corbett. How long is the break going to be, Judge? Is he going to tell us? Oh, man. A full month of groceries? Yeah, so crazy. Katie says she didn't know Sigfredo was going to do it. Didn't know Rivera was going to be involved. Didn't ask how much she was going to get paid. When the money was sitting in her closet, wasn't sure if she checked on the money that day or maybe days later, and then never counted the cash.
Use the restroom or stretch your legs. Please do so now.
Never counted her portion. What? Again, Katie was not promised anything as it came out in her testimony today. She wasn't given, she was given an opportunity for immunity in 2 other trials. She didn't take it. Silly Katie. She really thought Charlie was going to bail her out. She was trying to stay faithful to Charlie, man. But she was finally convicted, and for this trial, she said that she was not promised anything by the state. She's just testifying, but she wants to see her kids, so maybe she's hoping, maybe something's going to happen to her. Maybe not. Maybe she'll get nothing. Maybe they'll just give her a better mattress than other inmates, a comfier pillow, maybe access to vegan food or something. Oh, man. All right. So also, there's also these Koberger documents that came out that I have to do as well. I don't know. We're going to be so busy this weekend. I think hopefully I can get through with it maybe this weekend. And hopefully that video can come out. But I'm more than halfway through. I've just been really busy with this stuff. Oh, gosh. All right, guys. So today, hopefully the video with Rob Adelson is going to come out. You guys have to watch that one. There's Rob Adelson's testimony. Again, Adelson... Donna Adelson's son. He's estranged from the family. He doesn't want anything to do with them. And then also there's a testimony of the law enforcement that was at the police tape where Wendi pulled up after Dan Markel was shot. Wendi pulled up and she basically was near the crime scene, but didn't check up on Dan Markel, didn't call Dan, didn't call the kids. Also, why was Wendi down there in the first place? That's not even near where she lived. So interesting testimonies yesterday. And then that should be out hopefully today. I was going to have it go out yesterday, but man, with this shitty internet that I have, it takes forever for me to upload videos. Before, when I used to have fiber internet, the best thing ever, videos would upload so quickly. And now it's like, this internet sucks. We need fiber. Give me fiber. I want fiber internet. All right, guys. So they're going to bring up Sergeant Corbett. It's going to take some time for him to set up, and they're going to go on a short little mini break. I guess I will go on a little mini bathroom break and let me go check on my Pupperino. See what he's up to. You never underestimate a dentist. You know, I've been really lucky, but that's because I make sure that anyone that I'm seeing for dentist work, they have to have like excellent reviews. And the dentist that I have right now is like amazing, and the dentist that I had before was really great as well. But most of the people that you're dealing with are the hygienists anyway, so you want to make sure they're good when they're doing the cleaning and very, very gentle. But yeah, we've had some crazy ass dentists in the past. Oh my gosh, growing up, we were on. Is it Medicaid? Yeah, we were on Medicaid, and dude, the dentists that were like enrolled in those programs, or I don't know if we just chose some really bad ones, but they were always so shady, horrible. They're just torturers, man. Just horrible. Worst ever. Laura says Katie knew exactly how much money was involved. She went into the closet and counted that money. I know, right? I'm like, no, I know you went into the closet and then counted that money ASAP. There's no way that the money just sat in the closet. You're just like, it's just money, you know, whatever. I don't care. But whatever. Whatever, Katie. Whatever. All right, y'all. I will be right back. Switch on this screen. You had the best hygienist in the past. I literally have fun at the dentist. Yeah, I don't mind my time at the dentist. I just don't like going because it's annoying to go every 2 times a year. But I don't mind my dentist. Also, I make sure that I super clean the shit out of my teeth. That way, they don't have to spend a lot of time scraping the plaque off and stuff like that. Make it easy for them. It's ironic that the money went moldy. It probably smelled so bad. Ugh. Court short recess. All right, short recess. Man, lots of recess. You better have some good presentation. All right, what did they say? About another hour, I think? I was trying to read the small little font size. Let's see. What did they say?
I've got his qualifications, and I've got some introductory how cell phone towers work. We could get through maybe about 30 slides in an hour, and I could let you know when we're at that stopping point if you haven't stopped me already.
Very well.
But anytime you want to stop me to stop for the day, that's fine. Because I think probably in all it might take 3 to 4 hours.
Jackie was the judge? Yeah, I got maybe more vibes from her being a judge than Zellman.
All right, is everyone good to go?
Yes, sir. Defense and I spoke, and I'll do the summary of the evidence with Sergeant Corbett, and I'll say subject to the court's ruling, and then that way we can make sure that everything that is in the summary tomorrow or that goes into evidence is subject to the court's ruling, as opposed to having to do that this minute. Is that okay?
That's fine.
That is the conversation the student and I had, and I agree with that. It makes sense time-wise.
Please bring in the jurors. Next witness.
Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Raise your right hand. You're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's C-O-R-B-I-T-T, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
And what unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over...
Fun stuff. Oh man, only 700 people liked this stream. Isn't it like so many people watching this? Who's watching? 8,000 people. Oh my gosh. Go like the law and crime stream. Like our stream too, guys.
1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions asked to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wishes for desired witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
Oh man, so he was the one that went through all the cell phone stuff? Oh goodness. It was a lot.
So, in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs, and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for States Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendi Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson, 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records, 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records, and 97, Catherine Magbanaway's call detail records, and finally 98, Dan Markell's call detail records?
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain. Look at States 55. This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here you see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, the certified business records.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental cars?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrites and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and, yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well?
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects, in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrites?
Yes.
What is a Cellbrite?
Well, a Cellbrite has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbrite, and often the most common report.
It's usually a little bit slow at the beginning of expert testimony, but once they start putting up the exhibits and all that, that's when it gets really interesting.
Format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbrite report.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Very well. Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions.
Hello?
And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes...
Ooh, look at that zoom in and that underlined. I like.
Those may be in other time zones, so we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained, and then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm testing it out real quick. So Dr. Rob said there's a text message. Where is it showing up on here? This is a Wendi system. Okay, just kidding.
Phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents the location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are a number of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees, and that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west, and you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay. But you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes, so one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced.
Hello? Let me refresh.
A handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced.
Is it not me then? Uh-oh. Let me see what the chat says. One in chat if you can see this. Can you see me, guys? Oh, okay. I don't think it's me. Let me see if I could find another channel then. All right. Okay, I was like, wait, is it my internet? No! Let me find, let's see, Court TV maybe? Oh, there's a Cardi B trial. Anyone watching the Cardi B trial? It's happening right now.
They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that?
Ooh, does this mean that we're also going to get Wendy's location? on that day as well?
That whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning.
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump, and that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you received those for all four carriers, do they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101.
Poor guy. He was the one that went to the tower dump. I think that's how they were able to connect the hitman initially, right? It wasn't through the Prius. I think it was the tower dump with the cell phone and then going through the Prius and the Sun Pass.
Through 104 into evidence.
A lot of information to sift through.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
I don't envy him at all.
Okay. So a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from...
Note to self, to leave the cell phone at home before murder. Well, you have to make sure that it also fits your regular behavior pattern. Because if you normally take your phone with you when you're out and about, and then all of a sudden before murders happen, you're accused, and then they find you on surveillance at like Walmart or something, but you didn't have your cell phone with you, that can be really suspicious as well.
The tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20.
Hey, Harvey, that's you. Harvey.
From Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014, and we see that 786 number I just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 131. See that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600.
I guess they're muting it because they're protecting the phone numbers, but the phone numbers are shown on the screen, though. We can see the phone numbers. The phone numbers aren't redacted on the screen.
100 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Catherine Magbanua.
Katie!
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is, at that point, his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report?
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine Magbanua might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so the overall percentage is a little lower. Because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954 Adelson, did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier versus again 9
of Sigfredo
Markel's residence or Creative Preschool. What we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera, down at the bottom,
Charlie's up there,
during 2014, other than the 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine Magbanua?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted Magbanua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone?
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do.
Oh, let us see.
So this is slide 35 now, cumulatively. and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. Mike Vanilla.
Okay, so
Why did he call Harvey? Probably because he knew of Charlie Adelson. He probably Googled Charlie Adelson and then, or like Adelson dentist, and then found Harvey instead. And left an angry voice message on the wrong person's cell phone.
if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes.
They
So this
mentioned
would
that
be
earlier.
The morning after that.
Charlotte says this really sucks. She writes, I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make decisions in my life and to apologize for shite when it's too fucking late. I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy and all that leaving messages is fucking R word and cuts off.
Voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
That's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanwell responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever.
But whatever.
Okay.
But whatever. It must have been so awkward for her to see Donna or Harvey again. Or I don't know if she ever saw them again. I know she went there she went to the dental practice to get her teeth done, to get it whitened, to get the cavities filled. But did Charlie ever invite her to family stuff? I don't think so, right? She said that she was talking to Donna on the balcony before.
All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markell?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder, and then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson? And then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markell a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in...
This is the poor guy that has to read the emails and the text messages.
The form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those. I made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says, this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation
I guess they're just gonna go through it broadly and then they'll enter it in so we can see it?
point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Yes.
All right.
That
And
is
is
so
this email
angry.
signed off on?
It is, with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendi and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendi?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendi Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendi Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
And this is the mother and father's practice she's referencing here?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we have next?
So the next section, again,
Is it all-
speaks...
Go ahead. You go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, speaks of the loss of income across the entire family. Encourages her to say that because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father, it isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee.
And at the email, does Donna Adelson say, why does she say she can't write anymore?
Sorry, we skipped ahead a few there. So slide 45, she indicates that she's too angry to write anymore and signs off, love you, Mom.
Looking at the next month in June, on June 25th of 2013, I want to ask you about an email there. And was that just days after a very significant event in the divorce?
Yes.
Was Wendi Adelson
Oh, sorry. I'm realizing that these are the emails that we've already gone over, so they would already be entered in.
relocation
Show us the
denied with
emails.
prejudice just about 5 days before this email was sent?
It was, yes. The request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top.
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendi to never, never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendi Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry, she needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined.
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically.
Correct.
After this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendi not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one.
If that was my mother, I would stay
In this
far
email,
away.
does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme
If you know anyone like this, run away.
lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the
Man, what a way to remind the jury of all the emails that Donna wrote. All the unhinged shit, man.
boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms. Next in this email, does she tell Wendi Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act, and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass.
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendi needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just in there.
That's correct.
And that her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture?
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendi Adelson?
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how does this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay, this is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent, but if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markell to Wendi Adelson, where Wendi Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account, and then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markell's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation?
And so I'm going to this trial blind. This is wild. Hi, Alyssa. How are you doing today? I like hearing more from the people that don't know too much about this case because I'm just so curious what your guys' thoughts about this. That was my mother. I would say far away. I love my mom, but I live 400 kilometers away for a reason. Lol. My sister has a 1,500 kilometer rule or mile rule. 1,500 mile rule? Holy. Yeah, for me, it's like, I don't want like in-laws like near me. No, thank you. I'm good. Distance is great. Once in a while is great. I want my siblings near me though. I wish we lived really close to each other or like in the same neighborhood. That'd be awesome.
According to him.
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendi was unavailable to take
But like in-laws, distant family, no, I'm good. Y'all stay far away.
care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendi solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendi forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail.
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markell was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR, and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendi Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66 as we continue.
Hold on, they took the text away so quickly. Man, we need the side-by-side view. All right, text from Donna.
Just awful. I can't even explain.
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66 as we continue into slide 67 with the rest. She indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children, and Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendi is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013, so the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning.
Because remember, Halloween was when Charlie approached Katie about whether or not she knew someone that could harm someone. The timing just lines up.
That she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendi had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendi would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markel has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markel will hold this against Wendi Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendi never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendi stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her, to please call him, and she responds that she's in court, she can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Okay. Can you... Okay, so they're still setting up a time to talk, everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendi and thinks that he had made some headway, and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendi and Charlie would have happened before this message to Mom, or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and
What did you leave again, Shaniqua? We got to hear from Katie McBenoit, got to hear from June, and then now this guy's going through all the cell phone, the text messages, and then reminding the jury of the horrible emails that Donna was writing.
tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, I love you.
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie?
Yes, so this is slide 78, again, still October 31st, and Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendi to do this?
He does.
Which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
That's correct.
And says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendi about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendi is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds, crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize, I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendi a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. Well, how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order?
Yes.
That's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case, and Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. And she gives some more detail about what happened in court?
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right, what's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
So February 19th?
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markel.
I'll read it. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at a soccer yesterday, and when she tried to leave with the boys, he said, no, stay here and play with Abba. She to the boys that Abba had to leave, and he said, no, I don't. Of course, she woke up to another email from him telling her that she's lying to the boys about their father's whereabouts and that this will be brought before the court. Such a fucker. It was Wendy's day. He's allowed to attend the children's activity, but that's where it ends.
Coming to the soccer game with the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendi time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Oh, this is all tied to the birthday gift. They had Rob Adelson testified yesterday where for some reason this year they didn't buy Dad a birthday gift. Mom said that she just wanted everyone to be there. Usually she's the one who coordinates everything and gets everyone to pitch in. But was a birthday gift just having Dad Markell murdered and having Wendi and the boys move back down to the Miami area?
Okay, so 20 minutes before.
I wasn't sure if they were ever going to tie the Harvey birthday thing. Jesus.
Or she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the private call. Okay, what's
next? This is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendi.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014?
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage.
Right? For me, I'm thinking it probably looks really bad to the jury right now for Donna, but they probably need more evidence to really seal it all together. But, I mean, we're getting tidbits of it through other testimonies. Donna dropping off the money, Donna hating Dan, running these emails, and now it's like Donna and these text messages with Charlie buying Dad a birthday gift. Like, it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh gosh. Once we get into the bump stuff too, damn.
Seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, then we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening.
We're going to speed through this.
Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just have not had
And I can't wait for Donna to testify. I don't know, maybe she'll change her mind and not testify.
a chance to go through in full what my expert sent me, the changes. I might want to address it in the morning. I just haven't had a chance to go through it.
We have this evening at this point.
Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address? We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to resume.
Sorry, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sergeant.
Okay, so if you guys are not completely tuned into this trial, we did a day 1 recap, a day 2 recap with Wendi and the emails. I'm working on the rest of day 2 with Rob Adelson's testimony and the law enforcement testimony that saw Wendi show up at Dan Markell's house when it was a crime scene. Rough. We're going to do a day 3 recap video as well. Today, just a mini little summary. I'm not going to go into the full details like I normally do, but today was day 3. Day 3 of Donna Adelson's trial, and it started off really strong with Jeffrey Lacoste. Jeffrey dated Wendi, and she broke up with him right before the murder happened. Jeffrey thinks that Wendi was trying to set him up because whenever Jeffrey would go out of town, apparently the two rare times that he goes out of town was when the hitman came in. He also thinks that the first vehicle that the hitman rented was very similar to the car that Jeffrey Lacoste drove. They showed a picture of the Nissan Sentra, which is his car, and like the other car was like a Maxima or something like that was rented. And so Jeffrey really thinks that when he was trying to set him up, and that was echoed in the police interviews that he did with law enforcement. I think like it was like interview number 2 or 3 where he was like, hey, I was talking to my friends and we're starting to think that she was trying to set us up. Also, Jeff thinks that Wendi had foresight that Dan was about to get murdered because they had a trip planned and the trip would have been perfectly fine. However, Wendi decided to cancel it last minute because she was worried she wouldn't get into the boys on time. But Jeff was really confused because they would have been back like the day before and she would have ample amount of time to go pick up the kids the next day at 5 p.m. However, Wendi cancels the trip and he's like, okay, whatever. Now it makes sense why Wendi would cancel the trip because if their father was murdered that Friday morning, well, someone needs to be there for the kids and pick them up early from preschool, possibly. But that didn't even happen anyways, because remember when Dan Markel was murdered, law enforcement went to go pick her up and then did an interview with her where she was sitting there for like 6 hours. So Jeff Lacoste testified and dropped a lot of tea about Wendi. And again, he did echo that he thought, the family dynamic was really weird and controlling. Then we got to listen to, who was next? June? Okay, June Umchinda, who was Charlie's ex-girlfriend. June was dating Charlie during the time that I think after Dan Markel was murdered, up until the part where, things were starting to go down with the hitman being arrested, Katie being arrested, and the bump happening. Oh, sorry, the bump happened first, and then the hitman, and then Katie were arrested. And so, again, she said that Charlie and her, they had a fairy tale relationship. Things were absolutely great. However, after the bump happened, after the people were getting arrested, Charlie started getting really erratic in their relationship. He was getting really angry. She didn't understand what's wrong with Charlie because nothing bad was happening in a relationship. And so she saw a 2020 Dateline episode with Charlie where they mentioned that the hitman got paid in the stapled money. And she's like, Charlie has stapled money in his safe. And then also it was mentioned something about the boob job with Catherine McBanois. And then Charlie made a joke saying that he only paid for one boob and not the other or something like that. Then we got to hear from Brian Fitzpatrick, who was close friends with Charlie, said that Charlie hated Dan. Again, Charlie would also pay him money in stapled money. And that after the bump happened, Charlie was really agitated. He was really nervous, really guilty. And after the arrest happened, it felt like Charlie's behavior became, increased even more, became even more extreme. Who was next? Mary Hall, financial investigator. So Mary Hall went through the financial accounts of the 2 hitmen and Catherine McBanois. Again, these people didn't really have a lot of money before Dan Markel was murdered. However, after Dan Markel was murdered, they had a large sum of money deposited into their account. One guy would have like 21 overdraft charges before the murders happened. And then after Dan Markel, he had no overdrafts for 4 months. Damn, 21 overdrafts. That's a lot. They talked about how the hitman purchased motorcycles and how Katie, she was getting so much money coming to her account and she was not getting that much money in account coming in before Dan Markel was murdered. They talked about how Katie was getting the breast augmentation and how she was getting checks from the Adelson Institute. Donna was writing these checks, by the way. And not only was Donna giving checks to Katie McBanois, but she would get them in chunks. So not like every 2 weeks you're getting paid, but it's like maybe 1 month you get like 6 paychecks worth of money. Seems really unlikely. At some point, who else testified? Clarissa Spolter. Again, she worked at the Adelson Institute. She worked there for 40 years. So she worked with Donna. She worked with Harvey. She said that I never seen Katie work there before. Katie was the patient there. That's about it. Katie also testifies as well. So Katie, again, she was the co-conspirator. She was connecting the Adelson family with the hitmen. Katie was Charlie's girlfriend at the time, and she essentially said that, Charlie probably hit me up because Charlie knew that I had connections with people that were a little bit shady, and then also he knew that I was, in need of money. The weird thing about Katie's testimony, that's in cross-examination. Okay, we'll get to that later. So what we finally get to find out about Katie's testimony was that nothing was promised to her. Georgia didn't promise her shit for testimony, but she's hoping maybe one day she can see her children again because she is serving life in prison with no chance of parole. She was offered immunity twice in previous trials, but she did not take it because she's an idiot and she probably thought Charlie was going to bail her out. So she talks about how during October Halloween, this is why Halloween kept coming up earlier in those text messages, Charlie came into the car, was like, hey, do you know someone that can harm people? And that's how the whole hitman thing all started. A couple weeks before, that was when, Donna was sending those text messages to Charlie about how Wendi was so stressed and how Wendi was planning on buying a house, but they talked her out of it. Again, she talks about the logistics, basically, talking to Charlie. Charlie would talk to Donna, and then Charlie would come back and talk to her, and then she would pass along the messages to the hitmen. She again talks about getting money that was stapled. She said the money was really damp, it was starting to mold, and Charlie told her that Donna literally washed the money. She again affirms that they were speaking in codes. Again, whenever her and Charlie would talk, they wanted to make sure that they weren't being tapped. And if they were being tapped, then speaking in code to make sure they wouldn't get caught for anything. But still, it was like a half-assed like code talk thing. They didn't do a really good job at it, is what I'm trying to say. Cross-examination was a little bit weird. Through that, Jackie was able to get out that Catherine McBanwell apparently didn't know that Sigfrida was going to be the one that was going to do the hit, I guess. She didn't know that Rivera was going to be involved. She didn't know how much money they were going to get, and she didn't count the money at all, never counted the money, so she doesn't know how much money she actually got. I don't know why she would lie about that, but maybe she thinks it makes her story look better or something. Again, I don't think that was believable because she talked to the hitman so many times, especially the baby daddy. She was calling him. I'm sure she was handling all the logistics, making sure Dan Markel would be at a certain spot and that they were going to do it and with what and all that stuff. So there's a lot of phone calls going on between Katie and the hitman. Now we got to witness number 17, who is testifying the stand right now. That's Sergeant Christopher Corbett. He again goes through all the text messages, the cell phone stuff, and they were able to find through the cell phone tower dump that the hitman connected to that cell phone tower. And then there was a phone call that one of the hitmen made to Harvey Adelson, and that's how they got the whole connection. Then they go to the text messages with Charlie, with Donna, and it's getting really bad for Donna. It's getting really bad for Donna. Usually in a trial, when I'm watching it, you'll have direct examination, and it's like, ooh, it looks really bad for the defendant. And then cross-examination. Oh, you know what? Actually, it doesn't look that bad because the attorneys were able to turn it around a little bit. Or maybe the state, they overly reach on about some evidence, and how it would be interpreted. However, with this trial, I'm not really feeling that way. I feel like cross-examination is happening, and it's just like, it's all right, I think the best cross-examination so far was probably Jackie's cross-examination of Wendi. I think Jackie did a pretty good job. But I will say, though, it is kind of fun to watch direct and cross-examination because neither the state nor the defense team, they don't give a shit about Wendi or Charlie looking bad. So whenever there's a cross-examination that happens, they're not trying to cure, the image of Charlie or Wendi because all they care about is making sure Donna looks good. So that's pretty much it. Again, I didn't go into much details in the recap. It's a lot, and it was a pretty crazy day. So I'm going to go eat lunch really quick, and then I'm going to continue editing Rob Adelson's testimony and then today's stuff. And yeah, I will see you guys. Oh boy, this trial is crazy. Anyways, guys, I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for hanging out with me, watching the trial with me. It's cool to, read your guys' thoughts about this. And there are some people here who are completely new to this case. So it's pretty cool to see what people think with a blank slate. A lot of us have came here with a lot of knowledge in our mind, and we already know a lot. And we're already giving Wendi, Donna the side eye, and Harvey gets a side eye too, because I don't think Harvey was heavily involved like Donna, but I think Harvey knew what was going on. I think Donna kept him in the loop, and Harvey it's just so crazy how this many people were involved in this, and no one was like, hey, we shouldn't do this. This is a bad fucking idea. That's a lot of people. I mean, if you think Wendy's involved, that's 1. I think Harvey's involved, that's 2. There's Donald, there's Charlie, that's 4 people. Katie, 5. The 2 hitmen, 7. Right? 7 people potentially involved into this, and no one thought to say, hey, this is a really bad fucking idea. What if we get caught? our lives are going to be ruined. The lives of so many different children are going to be ruined because there's Dan Markel's children. There's Katie McBandl's children. I don't know if Rivera has children. It's just, and now Charlie has a child too. I think Charlie's child was 5 years old when Charlie was on trial. So, oh man. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow with the rest of the testimony, the text messages and all that. And we'll see if Charlie's going to testify. We'll see if Charlie testifies and see if Donna testifies. I don't know if the state's going to call Donna, or I don't know if, no, because usually, it's the defense that will call their defendant. That way, they can ask whether they want a direct examination. And then during cross-examination, the state is basically stuck with what was asked in direct. So we'll wait until the defense presents their side to see if Donna testifies or not. But other than that, I will see you guys later. If you guys haven't seen the recap of day 1 or day 2 yet, it's already out. Second half day 2 will be out later on, hopefully. And other than that, guys, bye. I'm hungry. I'm starving. I appreciate you guys. Bye. See you later.